Lewis.
Here.
Councillor Simpson.
Good morning, present.
Councillor Nolan.
Present. Good morning.
Morning. President Peterson is excused this morning, and Deputy Council President Wong.
Present. All right, before we begin our agenda items, can we please play the safety video for our in-person attendees?
I'm Laura Lepley, a Metro Park Ranger. Here at Oxbow Park, safety is our #1 priority, not only for our guests, but for our staff members. I'm at the Welcome Center and you're at the Regional Center. The council chambers are located on the 3rd floor. In the event of a fire or fire alarm, please exit through the door in the northeast corner of the room. Go down the stairway to the 2nd floor, exit through the main entrance by the reception desk, and gather in the courtyard outside that entrance. In the event of a medical or fire emergency, please call 911 and notify the security agent at the reception desk. The nearest defibrillator is mounted on the steps leading from the reception desk down to Grand Avenue. Thank you, and come visit us at Oxbow Park.
Okay, we'll move on to public communication. I will now open public communications on non-agenda items. Connor, would you please describe to the audience our procedures for the public communication portion of the meeting?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Council President Wong. So if anyone wishes to testify on non-agenda items, now is the time to do so. Public testimony will be limited to 3 minutes, and I'll manage a timer to go off at the 3-minute mark. If you've not already signed up to speak, you can do so now. If you're joining us on Zoom, you can sign up by hitting the raise hand button, which, depending on your version of Zoom, is either at the bottom of your screen or within the reactions tab. If you're joining us in person, you can fill out one of the blue cards in the back of the room and bring that up to me. For those joining on Zoom, I'll be promoting you to a full panelist. So I'll call your name. You'll see a window pop up asking you to accept that promotion. Once you do so, you'll be able to turn on your camera and unmute yourself. As a reminder to everybody testifying today, you do not need to give your physical address. However, please do identify yourself for the record before testifying. So with that, Deputy Council President Wong, councilors, we have had some written testimony that was submitted this morning and distributed to you all via email. We also had some some printed testimony, which was given to me before the meeting started, which will also be emailed to you after the meeting, and we have copies available up on the dais as well. So with that, we don't have anybody signed up to testify on non-agenda items, and I'll just give folks another second or two. And as a reminder, we'll be having another public comment period later in the meeting in regards to the budget. So with that, I am not seeing any hands going up.
Okay, great. With that, we'll close public communication and move on to our consent agenda. Today, there are 3 items on today's consent agenda. Item 3.1, which is resolution number 24-508 for the purpose of appointing members to the Natural Areas and Capital Program Performance Oversight Committee. Resolution number 24-5410 for the purpose of reappointing members to the Natural Areas and Capital. Oh, it's the same one.
Reappointment versus appointment.
Reappointment, thank you. Reappointing members to the Natural Areas and Capital Program Performance Oversight Committee. And resolution number 24-5043 for the purpose of authorizing the Chief Operating Officer to grant park use easement to PGE at Farmington Paddle Launch. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
I heard Councillor Lewis with Councillor Simpson as a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye. Yes.
Aye. All opposed say nay. Okay, it passes unanimously. We'll move on to resolutions. So today we have resolution number 24-5004 for the purpose of adopting solid waste fees at the Metro transfer stations in the regional system fee for fiscal year 24-25. So the vote on solid fees for fiscal year 24-25 that was scheduled for today's meeting has been delayed by 1 week to next Thursday, May 2nd. At last night's MPAC meeting, members representing cities shared their desire to have additional time to communicate their concerns about the fee increase to Metro. Our Chief Financial Officer, Brian Kennedy, is here today to answer any outstanding questions about the resolution in advance of next week's vote. Before handing it over to Brian, I would like to thank Metro staff for their hard work to implement a comprehensive engagement strategy throughout this process. Last year, this council directed staff to increase transparency of the fee setting engagement process, which resulted in 12 individual budget engagement roundtables with local governments, industry partners, and nonprofit staff, and a waste fee policy task force to provide strong avenues for collecting feedback from partners. Councilor Nolan, who chaired the committee, would you like to share any remarks on behalf of the committee?
Mr. Chair, thank you, and I'll echo your thanks to the staff, both in the finance department and in WPES. In the midst of developing budgets, and in the case of WPES, facilities plans and operating plans, they've been fabulous in supporting the work of the task force in developing recommendations which were presented to this council last month. Just a quick overview. The task force derived from feedback we received about the rate setting process and concerns from some of our local partners about having enough information to understand the process we went through and the results. As a result, President Peterson and this council asked a group that represents local government partners, environmental advocates and regulators, consumers, private transfer station operators, haulers, and 3 members of this council to review the framework and the policies under which we set rates. That group met from November until February, had very wonderful staff support, wrestled hard with many competing interests in this arena, much more complicated than a superficial, let's just set a tipping fee, looked at competing priorities in that process, and after much discussion, deliberation, concurred almost unanimously. 11 out of the 12 members of the task force supported a framework that essentially, in shorthand, moves us to a full cost of service model for our fees at the 2 Metro-operated transfer stations. But I want to point out that that came through evaluating a number of values that the task force recommends we continue to apply to our rate setting, but in a prioritized fashion. Because if you have 17 priorities, you have none. And included in that were, and among the ones that were prioritized by the task force, were equity, which includes not just income equity, communities of color and BIPOC communities equity, geographic equity around the region. Second was environmental benefit and healthy environment, which goes beyond just saying, but definitely includes reducing the tonnage of waste that goes to landfills from the region. And a prosperous economy, which specifically was called out to say that the system that delivers all of this result includes Metro's transfer stations as well as privately operated transfer stations. And the rates that we set should take into account the impact on every participant, because the system needs to have those private partners. We also looked at rate predictability, which had been a policy that the council had adopted and continues to be recommended by the task force to be a value. But it was not prioritized as a top priority along with the ones I just mentioned: equity, healthy environment, and shared economic prosperity. As you'll recall, Marta and her team presented that report in a work session here before council. Lots of opportunity for discussion about it, give and take. And the council approved and directed our staff to develop budget proposals and a rate structure that followed the recommendation from the task force. I want to point out also that at the time first of all, let me be clear. The task force was asked to recommend a structure, a framework for establishing rates. It was not asked, and I think President Peterson was right in not asking, that it recommends specific rates for the 24-25 fiscal year. However, during discussions at the task force, we did talk, and Brian and his team presented hypothetical implications of maintaining the current policy structure, which prioritized rate stability, or moving to the recommended structure from the task force. And without the specific numbers that have resulted in the fee structure that is being postponed until next week, made himself available to explore with the task force implications of what they were recommending. So it wasn't just theory. It wasn't just, let's have these values until we see how much they cost. We saw examples of what happens in the rates between one and the other. We all gave the nod, all of us, and now we have a resolution that will implement those. MPAC did talk about it last night. MPAC is not in the approval stream for solid waste fees, but they're partners of ours, and we want them to understand it. So the purpose of postponing till next week is to give our local government partners an opportunity to understand how the rates fall out of that structure. Since the council has unanimously adopted the structure, well, Brian can talk about the choices we have, but it seems to me that the choices we have are to move forward, provide all the services that our public and our local partners are demanding of our waste prevention and environmental services team, and understand that that has an implication. We're not in a position anymore, as we were during the pandemic, to subsidize the fees at the transfer stations out of reserves, because those reserves have been depleted or nearly depleted doing that in the last couple of years. The only other option I see, if we want to lower the rates, is to cut services. And that's always an option in a budget process. But speaking now for just District 5, my constituents, including some very low income constituents, want their neighborhoods in their city, in their region, to be healthy and clean. And on their behalf, I will support the recommendation that's come out in the resolution.
Thank you, Councilor Nolan. And councilors, do you have any questions for Brian or additional discussion? Councilor Rosenthal.
Oh, thank you, Interim Chair Long. Just a first question. One of the things that was induced or espoused was that for every 3 or 3.5% tipping fee increase, that's about a 1% increase for people at the, for a 90-gallon tipping fee. Do we have any information that that's a consistent, or that number is more or less accurate throughout the region for all small cities? And I guess inherently I support a cost of service kind of proposal, and we made special agreements a couple of years ago to go with the predictability simply because we had post-pandemic variations and people wanted to see some sort of consistency. And so changing to a cost of service is probably a good long-term thing, but obviously unexpected rate increases are also an equity issue. So, if you could comment on the intersection between the equity and the cost increase, I would appreciate it.
Councillor Rosenthal, sorry, I will scoot back. In terms of the question about the impact on local fees, or local curbside rates that impact customers, the most important thing to remember is Metro does not set local collection rates. Local governments, there's a kind of a variety of structures around the region. Some are set by cities, some are set by counties on behalf of those cities. And Metro's costs are around 20% of the total cost of your individual curbside bill. It varies a little bit. So to the extent I'm not able to extrapolate Mayor Rosner's math to other jurisdictions, and again, it's not entirely clear whether that increase is solely attributable. I would doubt it's solely attributable to Metro's increases, because there are increases in local hauler costs. So we would need to be able to see kind of the full picture of what's influencing those curbside rates, and not that Metro's cost is not significant or important to customers, but we represent just one small piece of that overall picture. So I think that context was really important in those conversations.
So just let me summarize what I think you're saying. You're saying that may be true for the city of Sherwood. It may be, 1 out of 3, but as far as Metro's costs or Metro's tipping fees are, it's only about 20%, so it'd be 1 out of 5. In other words, it would take a 5% increase to get a 1% increase in the cost per bucket at the curbside, something on that order. I'm hesitant to kind of do that math right now in my head. I'll just say we know that if council were to approve the staff recommendation based on the council direction from the Waste Fee Policy Task Force recommendation, the increase we think would be about $12 a year for the average residential customer. Assuming that average residential customer throws away around 3/4 of a ton of garbage, the increase is about $16 a ton. So that's the math. The challenge we always have is that there are a wide variety of factors in how local governments set their fees, including franchise fees they impose on their haulers as a way to generate revenue for their general fund. So I think just that as much as people want to put the focus entirely on Metro and our fee increases, there are a significant number of factors that go into curbside garbage rates, most of which are outside Metro's control.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Let's go with Councillor Lewis and Gonzalez.
Sure. I just wanted to speak to Councillor Nolan's characterization of the process we've been through, and I think one word they didn't indicate was exhaustive. And we turned over every rock and contemplated kind of every attempt that we could make to continue the services that folks in our communities rely on. People are united in wanting a clean environment. People know that if they can drive down the street, bus down the street, look out the window, and see trash and report it, somebody will be there reliably. That is the kind of service that they expect. And in order to provide that service, we need a full cost of service. We've depleted our reserves. And I wanted to thank everybody who was part of not only the roundtables, but also the task force that went really, really deep. And again, didn't just stop at the values, but actually looked at 4 different scenarios of how those values would impact real numbers. So everybody was eyes wide open, industry, nonprofit partners, as well as government. And folks communicated in real time and after the meeting. So people had plenty of time to run it through their staff, run it through experts and second opinions. I'm committed to staying the course. I do think it's appropriate that we have honest and good conversations over the next week, but I'm ready to move forward.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Gonzalez.
Thanks, Deputy President Wong. Yeah, I want to echo the same sentiment about the process and the general approach that we've taken to determine the kind of system that we want to support and sustain into the future. And I mean, we've made decisions during the pandemic to help stabilize our system in different ways, and I think with the regional waste plan, also recognize the tremendous gaps and opportunities we have. So, just want to toss my 2 cents in there. I do have a question in general, just because I'm learning about the delay as of an hour or two ago. We're delaying for a week. What are we really doing in that week? I mean, we're going to hear from other parties, and is there room for changes? I mean, what's really going to happen in this week? I guess is what I'm really pondering. Sure, we'll have dialogues but in terms of the process. And anyway, I'm just kind of thinking out loud in that way, because it is quite sudden. But I recognize that MPAC is an important body, and we want to respect their advice and their counsel to us. But I'm a little perplexed.
I not only chair the task force, I also serve on MPAC as a liaison with Councilor Huang and Councilor Rosenthal. My understanding of the request and the offer from the meeting last night, as I mentioned earlier, MPAC is not in the PERT chart for approval, but they are partners. They're important partners, and we want them to have information about decisions that the council makes that affect their constituents or their decision making. The purpose for the delay or the postponement, as I understand it, is to give people an opportunity to understand a little more about the task force recommendations that the council has approved and the mechanics of how they get applied, if they want it. A few members of MPAC asked for those details, our finance team and our WPES team, again, in the middle of everything else we're asking them to do this week and next and this month, have agreed to make themselves available. I think it's an explanation. It's let us answer your questions about why this number shows up in the final box. Not so much. It's not reopening the question. The task force has done its work. WPES has other public input advisory opportunities that include local governments. So it's not reopening the process or the decision about what the framework should be. It's simply giving people time to understand it. But you made the proposal last night. Tell me if there's more to it.
That was spot on. Thank
Okay.
you. Okay, well, I want to thank Chair Nolan, Simpson, and Lewis for all your leadership on this, and appreciation to the staff. We will pick this up next Thursday on May 2nd for presentation and vote. Thank you so much. We'll move on to the next item. So today we will have our budget presentation from the Oregon Zoo team. Presenting today is Heidi Ron, the Oregon Zoo Director. Welcome, Heidi.
Good morning, counselors. I'm Heidi Ron, Director of the Oregon Zoo, and with me today is Utpal Posse, goes by Posse, the Deputy Director of the Zoo. And I want to acknowledge that the last 2 years we've had the Oregon Zoo Foundation Director join us, which I know you've all appreciated. That didn't work for them this week because they have a new director that just started on Monday. So she's getting up to speed, but certainly they will share their financial report with you in a timely manner, likely later this fall. I also want to highlight that we are excited we have a new finance manager that just joined the zoo a few weeks ago, Tom Andrews, sitting behind me. He was most recently the Portland Community College budget director. So he comes to us with a lot of experience in capital bond financing, operational budgets, and public and private financing. And I want you to know with us we have our Equity and Engagement Coordinator, Sharetta Long, also in the audience, as well as our Culture and Inclusion Director, Lori Ford, who helped to pull this together. Next slide, please. For the current fiscal year, we are doing next slide, please. You've seen that agenda probably many times over the past few weeks. For the current fiscal year, we're doing pretty well, and thanks in part to good weather for zoo lights. For fiscal year 24, we assumed our attendance would be around 1.3 million people, and we're likely to come in slightly above that. We've also been managing our expenses really closely this year, so we're looking at having a higher net income than we budgeted for at the end of this year, likely by a few $1 million, which we will invest in capital at the zoo and our renewal and repair projects. Currently, the zoo is at 191.85 FTE with a modest increase of 2.5 from last year. Thanks to your support in developing our budget for this fiscal year, we added a full-time marine life keeper to support the expansion of our polar bear habitat, and we prioritized the rebuilding of our communications and marketing teams. We're currently in recruitment for a writer and a graphic designer. We delayed hiring these positions this year due to the unknown potential impacts of the LIUNA contract negotiations and our ability to continue to afford those roles, but we are now glad to bring these resources onto our team. One of our primary areas of focus in the past year has been developing the future vision and campus plan for the zoo. While we upgraded almost half of the zoo in the past decade, there are still areas where we have failing infrastructure, outdated habitats, and poor visitor flow. We know what our community wants from their zoo, and we need to continue investing in our future. We've developed the next phase of campus investments with a focus on animal well-being, accessibility, sustainable use of resources, and conservation education. Next slide, please. For fiscal year 25, our budgeted operating revenues are just over $53 million. This includes an assumption that our enterprise revenues, such as ticket sales and memberships, which represent 54% of our revenues, will be approximately 7% higher in fiscal year 25 than they were in this current fiscal year. For next year, we are assuming attendance will be 1.3 million, just like we did for this year. Next slide, please. And that our expenditures will be slightly under our revenues. Our expenditures are expected to be $52.7 million. I want to note that 57% of those expenditures are personnel. For next fiscal year, staffing costs and M&S expenses are projected to increase more than 9% overall for the zoo, with a 12% increase just in personnel expenses alone. The zoo worked hard to reduce materials and services costs as appropriate to help mitigate rising personnel costs. Increased cost in maintenance and repairs, especially with our outdated building assets, put additional pressures on trying to find areas of expenditures that we could reduce. Next slide. Looking at our 5-year forecast, it was really important for me to show you not just 5 years looking forward, but also going back to where we've come from over the past few years. When the crisis hit in fiscal year 2020, we were underwater. Expenditures were above revenues. In order to survive, we had to pivot and be innovative in how we could bring in more revenue while focusing squarely on reducing costs wherever we could. Even though we did pivot and achieved a significant amount of reserves, we still had substantial cuts in staffing levels. During the years right after fiscal year 2020, our priority was to build reserves, and it became clear that having a stable, sustainable financial model was critical to our future. We did not want to be in the position like we were when COVID hit and had to lay off more than 30% of our workforce. Rebuilding from that is taking years. Investment in our facilities also took a hit at that time. So we updated our financial and capital reserve policies to ensure we're holding enough reserves to navigate short-term challenges and to ensure we are setting aside funds to maintain our existing assets. It's becoming clear in our long-term project models that tough times are ahead. The majority of our operating budget is people. Costs are increasing significantly and are projected to continue to increase. Cost of our materials and supplies are also experiencing significant inflationary impacts, and looking ahead, we have a problem. Our core revenues from ticket sales, memberships, and likewise property taxes will not be able to pivot and meet the changes in forecasted expenditures. So to meet those higher expenditures, we are diversifying our funding sources and seeking growing support from the Oregon Zoo Foundation donors, our community and conservation partners like the federal government, who is supporting a $2 million investment in our California condor recovery. Next slide. This is our current capital and renewal and replacement plan. Should the bond measure pass, we are ready to get the first campus plan project underway, and we will be back to you with a broader capital investment strategy. But what we know we'll be doing is investing in updates to the Johnson Center for Wildlife Conservation with a focus on climate resilience and safety.
As you know, the location of that property in Clackamas County presents risks with fire and ice storms and is prone to flooding. So we're investing in site upgrades to mitigate these risks. Again, these funds are coming from our federal government to support recovery of the federally owned California condors in partnership with tribal governments. We're also investing in better guest experiences by adding shelter from the elements and new technology to support ticket sales. We have some small infrastructure upgrade projects as well as investments in habitat improvements for mountain goats. We are significantly investing in upgrading our building systems and workspaces in Cascade Crest, which is the building on the right when you come into the entrance, our guest services building at the front. Many projects have been completed this year with a focus on animals, staff workspaces, and guest accessibility. Next slide. As you know, we track our guest experience weekly via surveys, which help us focus on areas of improvement. We've made a significant improvement to the food and beverage offerings over the past year, which is key to ensuring our guests have their basic needs met and can engage in connecting with wildlife saving efforts. Parking is an ongoing area of improvement, and we're working closely with Explore Washington Park and the City of Portland to manage access to the zoo. One of our key areas of success this year has been the addition of zoo naturalists. These are staff from our Education and Conservation Department who are out all day visiting with our guests, sharing stories and answering questions to spark excitement around the animals. We are also now fully staffed in our Education and Conservation Department after a 2-year rebuild. Operating a zoo has a significant economic benefit to the region in terms of goods and services procured and jobs provided. Our 2023 economic impact was well over $100 million on the region. We aim to continue having a solid operating model and investing in our future to support a healthy region. And we know having a great zoo helps attract families and others who want to move here for jobs, start their businesses, or stay in the region as it enhances livability. Our new campus plan lays out our vision to continue being that amazing zoo and has been informed by the request of our communities and visitors. Next slide. Our role to support tribal and governmental partners in saving and releasing endangered species continues to grow. Currently, we are focusing on recovery of 4 native Pacific Northwest species: California condors, northern leopard frogs, Oregon silver spot butterflies, and western pond turtles. We are increasing our conservation funding advocacy efforts at the state and federal level to ensure we can continue to sustain our investment in these species recovery efforts. And we're mapping out what the future needs might be with these partners so we can plan into any changing role they need from our expert animal husbandry staff. Next slide. As we look at department performance measures related to the agency's strategic targets, we're really focusing on what we've identified already as part of our campus plan and strategic planning goals. We aim to reduce our water consumption by 35% by 2040. Our energy consumption target is to become carbon-free and fossil fuel-free in our operation by 2040. Both of these will take significant investments and upgrades to our facilities, our infrastructure, and our operational practices. But I believe we are up to the task as we demonstrated a nearly 60% reduction in water consumption with the last round of zoo bond investments. And I don't like to say that we want to increase our recovery numbers of endangered species because it would be so great if we didn't have to. But the reality is that these numbers are likely to grow as the need to support species at risk continues. Just this year, we are likely to achieve a record number of condor chicks born at our Johnson Center. Next slide. Ensuring our community can access the zoo, feels welcome, and engages in connecting with wildlife saving mission is our key priority. Access is our key equity metric that we are sharing with you today. We provide discounted tickets to qualifying individuals. We distribute tickets to targeted community partner organizations and host discounted days. In the past year, we have increased the access via these programs by 50%. The overall financial value of these tickets was around $1.5 million. We have updated our community partner list and will be reaching out to more than 500 organizations in the region to ensure that they know how to access the zoo. And I just found out from Sharetta that list just grew from 165 organizations to around 550. So expect our outreach and demand to significantly increase, and we'll brace ourselves to be ready to welcome that. We continue to expand on staff training to ensure we'll be a welcoming place for our whole community. Thanks to those of you who joined us yesterday with a panel of tribal representatives sharing our successful partnership to tell the story of the lamprey and its cultural significance. We are also doing a series of trainings with the Oregon Black Pioneers, which has been very impactful to our staff. I want to highlight Sharetta Long's help to advance our growth and awareness so we can be a better organization and show up for our community. One area that we are most proud of is celebrating 25 years of our Zoo Apprentice program this year. This is a 3-year paid internship focused on systemically marginalized youth in our community with a goal of investing in our conservation workforce. This picture shows the newest cohort of youth that are starting on their ZAP journey. For us, it's not just about the quantity, but the quality of the experience that our community has when they show up. One of the main roles our ZAP youth play is providing free guided tours to youth and community groups to connect with animals and learn about conservation. The ZAP interns develop leadership skills by being responsible for their actions, increasing their self-efficacy, and learning how to lead groups and work with team members. We recently conducted an evaluation of 25 years of this program, reaching out to more than 200 graduates, and we're incorporating our findings into program revisions. This long-standing conservation workforce development program continues to be a leading example for zoos and aquariums around the world. I want to invite each of you to join one of our ZAP-led tours over the next year to see the impact of the connections being made, the growth of these individuals, and the power of the work the zoo does to connect our community to wildlife. Next slide. Given our financial forecast and increasing expenses, we are not able to add all of the positions being requested by our managers. I'm only recommending positions that come with new external funding or convert from variable hour funding. We have spent the past year fundraising and planning for new lab equipment that will help us monitor the health of our elephant herd and not rely on off-site labs. We are adding a vet technician who will manage the new elephant herpes virus lab to ensure we have timely information on the health of our herd and can address any concerns quickly. We are also converting our variable hour funding for a veterinarian to a 0.5 FTE, as we know these hours are needed on an ongoing basis. Next slide. To wrap up, our financial outlook for the next year is stable, but our future shows our expenses outgrowing our revenues, primarily due to increasing personnel and M&S costs. We continue to focus on operational efficiencies to reduce our costs and stay focused on our mission. We will manage our costs closely and seek external funding sources to meet our species recovery and major capital investment needs. As you know, we cannot afford to implement our campus plan without community support. We will be building a growth strategy with the Oregon Zoo Foundation. And this fall, we plan to refresh our strategic plan, which will outline our next steps for financial sustainability. We look forward to working with you on that future. And on behalf of the Oregon Zoo, thank you for your leadership and support and continuous investment in our future.
Nice.
Great, thank you, Heidi. Colleagues, any questions or discussion? Councilor Gonzalez.
Thanks, Deputy President. Well, great presentation. Thanks. And feels very measured. And obviously, there's a potential for some big injections of taxpayer support for more projects in the near future, which is exciting. I did have a question, and I don't know if I missed this. With the increase in the free tickets, the discounted tickets, which is amazing. That's a commitment of $1.5 million for access. That's talk about putting money where your mouth is, right? It's really wonderful. Does that subsidy, is it offset by the foundation and fundraising, or I mean, I'm wondering how you piece those things together to make that happen, and also if you are looking into growing it, what are the tools that you're going to deploy to help balance all the priorities?
Great questions. I'm going to have my deputy director help answer.
That's a very good question. So we've included that as part of something that we do. We would love to get external funding for targeted things, but we've said that this is what we're going to do. We're going to have at least 10% of our ticket sales either discounted or free. So we built that in the budget. And also, if you think about operating models, if we and we have been giving free tickets not only just for our 9-to-5 zoo operations, but when we converted from concerts to like zoo nights, we have been accessing. So we've been giving and having certain discounted and free tickets available for more things that the zoo has been doing. But to answer, that's part of who we are. Of course, we want to be a destination of choice for all.
and we built our business model around that. And I think what Heidi spoke about is increasing access. I think we can include, we'll have to be measured, as she said, but I think we can increase capacity without impacting our budget.
No, excellent. All right, that's wonderful to hear, and that's the only question I have. Thanks.
Let's go with Councilor Lewis and Rosenthal.
Sure. I just want to thank you for coming before us with a really well explained budget. I think at the end of the day, people know that the Oregon Zoo is a community treasure, and then seeing the inside and how it works and what makes everything tick. It's a little bit like taking the magic out of Disneyland.
Never been there.
It's a magical place.
Wait, the zoo or Disneyland?
The zoo is a magical place.
Sorry to get us off there, but like it is hard to take the behind the curtain look and really look at how fragile kind of the duct tape that we use is to keep things working. And obviously, the animals are prioritized. I think there's started to be a shift in the last few years about making sure we're prioritizing our people as well. I guess I was hoping 191 FTE, if you could reflect a little bit on your use and reliance on variable hour employees and how that fits into the budget and the puts and the takes with some of the special events. I've been extremely supportive of moving to our local concert series and the Zoo Brew and that sort of more intimate animal-centered evening event and not the big marquee concerts we used to do, but other ways that we can approach leading with our values when it comes to those events and our employee workforce.
I love that question. I'm going to have Posse start and then I'll fill in a little bit.
Councilor Lewis, we have been over and Marisa has been supported over the last couple of years. We have been strategically moving as part of that business plan to really analyze our variable hour staff usage and see where we have more and longer periods of needs and started converting those positions. You just saw Heidi propose another 0.5 VHE conversion. So we've taken like a multifaceted approach that, and I don't have the right numbers, but I think maybe 8 or 10 or more people over the last couple of years, we have converted traditionally VHE positions into full-time positions, and so that's one strategy we are doing. As we look at our operating model, we have been trying to manage, how should I say, like do events that are part of the community that the community wants and also operationally are beneficial for the zoo and mission aligned. So in some cases, we have started focusing on our 9 to 5 and 5 to 9 operations. That has been part of the strategy of how we're balancing revenue. And we hope, we provide in the latest Niona contract, we made, we balanced, made significant improvements in our starting pay, and all those are reflected in our budget as well. So we're trying to do our best to have be a happy place and a place that people can count on.
I would say we're currently recruiting for a new events director as well to help us rethink what that future looks like. And just, to clarify, with the former major concerts that we used to host, we weren't bringing in a significant amount of revenue, and it was very fun for those of us who attended, but it wasn't aligning with our mission. And coming out of COVID, we had to manage our financial risk, really, really rethink where we were taking on that risk, as well as reconnect with our community and make sure that what we were doing was mission aligned. So now we have, I think, 10 evenings of summer nights coming up. The list is on our website, and that includes music, but also a real strong focus on animals. So there's animal connection opportunities throughout the evening and other fun events, food carts. So we've made it more accessible as well to our community because we knew our concert prices were starting to not be accessible to the majority of our community. So that was a good example of how we pivoted coming out of COVID as well.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Great. If I could just also follow up on the line of questioning around investing in our people. Over the last year, we had some conversations amongst our council for how to best advance kind of safety and comfort for the staff, especially during kind of weather events during the summer or winter. And I'm wondering if you could speak to what kind of investments will be made or changes to better kind of improve the staff safety experience.
Great question. Posse oversees our safety program.
Yeah. So I think that's one of the things we're proud of. We have a dedicated staff safety manager. She's there actually walking around on the hottest days, checking in with staff. She's there on the coldest of nights. Some of it's going down into the weeds, the operational changes. Oregon OSHA came up with hot weather guidelines. We meet regularly with our union staff as well as as the safety manager goes around, and we provide simple things as last year or the year before we met with staff and they wanted a better winter gear jacket. So we got samples in, they chose one, so that's what we did. We have hot beverages available. There are, of course, guidelines on how many breaks we do. So we have things like that. We've also made improvements in break spaces where staff can have break spaces. Over the years, we've also added some locations where all staff can break, so they don't have to go to a certain spot to retrieve those things.
Yeah, and I would add with the campus plan and future investments, staff workspaces, in-house staff work, shelters, new facilities will be a big part of that design. And the first project will likely be the front entrance, where many of those staff are working, particularly for zoo lights, and staff will be incorporated in their needs in that design process.
And do you all do like employee surveys?
Oh, yeah. Yes. So behind me is Lori Ford. When I started, I tapped her to be the culture and inclusion manager for the zoo because people really, they trust her, they go to her, and she has a good pulse on what the employees need. So with that, she also oversees a workplace culture committee, and that is led by staff. And so we have a committee of staff that meet on a monthly basis, and they represent staff from all over the organization, and they drive what is needed to support the culture. And it has been transformative in terms of fun activities, getting a pulse check on the information staff need, and just helping to focus on what we need to do to improve engagement. Regarding the employee engagement scores, yes, we are part of that Gallup survey that Metro puts out, and we dive deep, and we have action plans for each specific division. Managers are accountable for and their performance improvement in their performance metrics, and then we make sure we're investing resources. A big area for the zoo when I started was to invest in professional development and make sure they had the tools and resources to do their jobs. Gone up in all of those areas where we've invested. So we use the data, and then we use the stats as a pulse check.
Great, thank you. Sorry to Councilor Rosenthal.
You're the chair to do that. That's perfect. Fine. First of all, I want to say I really appreciated the opportunity up with the CRIFIC group yesterday and learn a lot about lampreys. Lampreys. I'm a little surprised you didn't mention lampreys as one of our conservation efforts because I think that what we're doing in with the tribe substantial and potentially significant considering how adaptable the lampreys are. I learned a lot. I learned that I always wondered how they named the city of Assateague, Washington, and I learned yesterday that it's called the place of the lampreys, and the lampreys have returned, which is quite wonderful. And I'm also very happy that you have the which I consider step of a conservation career pathway kind of process that we seem to be engaged in. But if you would go back to the slide, one question, the one on the projected budgets, if that's possible. I just had a question there, and it had to do with the
expenditures or revenues.
The one that shows both expenditures and revenues projections going forward.
Slide 5, please, Connor.
Keep going. Yeah, that one. Oop, back one. Yeah, the question is, first of all, I noticed there's quite a slope change in the predictions between the near term and then the longer term, and what goes into making those predictions. And The campus, which I'm quite hopeful that it's going to be approved and we're going to get going to be able to move forward with that. It has substantial improvements in terms of both the water usage as well as energy usage. Can we expect that might reduce the slope of what we might project for future expenditures? In other words, it might have a positive impact on just the cost of running the zoos?
I'm gonna answer that. First, I'm gonna tell you the scope increase on cost. The significant difference between this year and next is now with pay equity contract engagement. So that is the significant increase. And then I will let you know what we're doing to plan for the business impact of campus plan implementation. Hussey?
Thank you, Heidi. One thing is this is a 5-year projection. What I would say, even if we, I hope if we have a bond project and that goes implementation, we would not have implemented a significant portion, like something big coming live in that period of time. It's going to go towards the tail end. So it will take some time for it to reflect.
So positive impacts would go beyond that.
Yeah. But overall, what we're also doing on our, we're currently working on a project. Now we're in our campus plan stage. We recently sort of prioritized in what fashion we'll do the campus plan upgrades. We're now working on a business plan that will include a 10 to 15 year projection of how now this campus plan, if it goes in effect, certain areas will close, certain areas will open, and then these projects will come out. So now we are in the process, the meetings have started happening, of what impact have on our expenses, full list of expenses, because we may add some water usage, we may add filtration systems, we may add staffing, and in some places where we may be able to use something. So we are working on those things right now. It'll give us a better idea.
And then I'll give you an example. One of the first projects will likely be coastal shores, and it's a combination of our penguins, sea otters, and seals, and our kelp forest. We merge those together, we create efficiencies in our water usage systems instead of having two separate systems. It's just one minor example, but of how we could have a bigger impact on reducing those operating costs and water consumption over time.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Well,
Mr. Chair.
oh, sorry, Councilor Nolan.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just following on the line of question from Councilor Rosenthal. You talked about developing a campus plan, and as I heard it as, we'll do the plan and how it affects our expenditures. May I say that another way of doing it is to say revenues currently have a certain projected slope, and we should design our campus with if the voters give us the opportunity to make investments that will improve animal safety and employee safety and visitor experience. But a basic criteria should also be that we have a campus that can be self-sustaining, that doesn't put us in a position, that is intentionally designed not to put us in a position of running a deficit.
I 100% agree with you, and that will be a key priority in the design. And I can give you an example too. If we don't have the funding to do those investments, our costs will continue to go up to maintain these outdated assets, and we'll have to make some more difficult choices at that time as well. But absolutely, when we go into designing for efficiency and full life cost and reducing our business expenses would be a key priority.
I thought you would think about that.
Yes, I agree with you.
Thanks.
Seeing no other comments, thank you, Heidi, and the entire zoo team. I really appreciate your work and exciting conversations ahead.
Thank you so much for your support.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is Budget Committee deliberation on the fiscal year 24-25 proposed budget and to consider proposed budget amendments. So today we'll deliberate on the upcoming budget and then discuss in greater detail the budget amendments and notes councilors previewed last week. So beginning with the deliberation of the budget, we have staff here to answer questions. We have Marisa, Brian Kennedy, and also Auditor Evans, potentially. We'll just start with any questions or discussion on the proposed budget. Colleagues? Okay, well, seeing no further discussion, councilors with budget amendments and notes are now invited to share more about the purpose and goals of their notes. So we will move through these in numerical order as they appear in your packet. So first, with 2 budget amendments and 2 budget notes, I'll turn it over to Councilor Lewis.
Sure, thank you. And my computer is reloading the packet, so I can't remember what order I'm going in. Which one's first? Thank you. Okay, appreciate it. So my first budget note is regarding performing arts grants. My overarching proposal here is to look at the discretionary funds that we've been using over time within the context of the Regional Arts and Culture Council's IGA. Having seen the City of Portland pull out longer be funding RAC, and should in the interim go our own way with supporting arts in the region. We used to fund RAC ongoing at $25,000 a year. My proposal is, given the current landscape and the historic investments that have been made at the state legislative level, and I believe are being contemplated at other governmental levels, we raise our investment to $125,000 this year. My funding proposal would run 2 grant programs, one directed at our resident performing companies, and then the other would work with our Department of Culture and Community within P5 to make sure that we have grants available to CBOs who work with rental venues.
Awesome.
Okay, that's number 1. Then number 2, I would like to reallocate some of the unallocated general funds, so basically the cash reserve at the end of the budget, into capital climate resilience programs. We did a very similar investment 2 years ago. We were able to work on electrification and other investments on our campuses. And I do think now is the time to make these small investments, particularly some of them that can seed larger matches, or open the door for bigger strategic investments in the future, given the federal landscape of funding opportunities. But I want us to lead by example again this year, and make investments that are in our menu, right? They're already in our capital improvement plan. They've already been identified by staff as needs. They're just further off in the distant future than we currently have allocated to fund them. Okay. Do I keep going?
Any questions or discussion on the 2 amendments?
I have a couple questions.
Councilor Rosen.
Mike? Yeah, first one on the arts grant. 2 questions. One is, there's 2 grant programs. Do you have any idea of how you would want them to be split in terms of the amount of percentage? And then the second question is, since arts takes a while to build up, and this is a one-time, is a one-time going to be sufficient to really have the stimulus effect? And then on the second one, I was just wondering if you could give me a little more detail on what the objective of that allocation would be.
Sure. So in context of our global budget and the role that we currently play as operating P5, I don't think 100 to 150 is too much to expect ongoing. So I would hope that we would be able to build up to this kind of investment, or this level of investment as an ongoing in the future. But in terms of splitting it, I think I had originally suggested splitting it down the middle. There might be some question as to how many resident companies are ready to raise their hand. And I would leave it for P5 to administer the grant, seeing that we're balancing the 2 priorities, leave it to them to figure out what the right allocation is. In terms of the climate resilience investment in the capital fund, again, I'm not going to look at the CIP until staff which ones they should go for, but I want them to be strategic around goals, particularly on electrification, and really focus on our fleet. We have a lot of staff who do spend a lot of time going, particularly to far-flung parks in every corner of the region. So anything we can do on fleet, this might be the right moment. But there may be a more built environment and less fleet-driven projects that I'm less aware of.
Thanks. And if I can ask on the arts grant, do you have a sense of the scale of need for resident companies? It seems like, that is that enough to be impactful, basically?
The scale of need is quite significant, right? We just had almost every one of our resident companies get several $100,000 from the state legislature. Those funds were matched by community foundations. And some of this is in response to the fact that costs have gone up, and performances in some of our halls that used to cost $60,000 to produce are now costing over $100,000. So the need is quite great. What we're doing here is probably a drop in the bucket in a way that it's not fully where we should be trying to get to, but it is what we can do given our funds.
And who administers the grant programs? Is that a additional expense, or are we tapping into existing capacity?
I do believe that P5 has some capacity. They wrote a one-pager in which some of this language came from, and they were the ones who suggested that the Department of Culture and Community already had some capacity to work with these groups.
Great. Okay, thank you. Councilor Nolan.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Two questions, one specific to the arts. I appreciate your interest in supporting our resident companies. My priority is at least as much, and in fact probably more, for community-led arts organizations. And I would prefer, if the council is going to say we should spend this much money each year, or at least next year, and I agree with you, I would be open to and supportive of it becoming annual. I think it's appropriate for us to say, since racial equity is a top value of ours, that at least half of it should be spent on BIPOC organizations, rather than be as fluid as you're proposing, if you take that as a friendly amendment.
Friendly amendment accepted. Thanks.
Can I ask a question regarding that? Would it be appropriate to identify, you identified the having the P5 management make some of these decisions, or just to express that significant portion would be on the BIPOC community or artists? Is it our position to try and say it should be split 50-50 in that regard, or should we leave that up to P5? What would be your thinking on that?
I'd be happy moving forward with 50-50. I'd also be happy leaving it to their discretion as they actually administer it.
Okay, any further discussion then?
So I don't know, we're deliberating, but I don't know that the staff has guidance from us, given the way, if we leave the conversation here. Maybe I should make it not a friendly amendment. Maybe I should make it a formal amendment.
Yeah, maybe.
Mr. Attorney?
Is this the
We don't
last
even
time
have-
we're doing this? Because
okay.
I was taking this as we're in a process of narrowing down and refining. I'm listening. I'm going to have individual conversations, not serial meetings with all of you. And I will figure out how to add more words to this paper to reflect where we're going for next time we see this.
Fine, then we don't have to do that. But I do have that second question, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair, which is about the whole process. I raised this when we first introduced budget notes and amendments. And I'm not clear, and maybe it's not possible to be crystal clear all the time because there may be legitimate exceptions, but we have grant programs that might satisfy some of the ideas that have been articulated about budget notes or budget amendments. This proposal on arts is being presented as for this budget, but clearly stated as an expectation or a desire that it become ongoing. Do you have preferences, either Mr. Kennedy or Ms. Madrigal, about where we draw the line of if we put something in a budget note now, do we think that that precludes the council? I hope not. From later doing something else. So I'm looking for some guidance on how the council should give you guidance, and in some cases, not just guidance, but direction.
If we could, just explain the process that we might take, and also I understand there's a difference between amendments and notes, and what would be the process for deliberating and accepting potential budget amendments.
So let me take that in a couple pieces. So the budget is the council's policy document, and so the stage that we're at now, you are deliberating on the proposed budget that I have created, and that you may naturally want to make changes to. Mm-hmm. Those changes may come in the form of reprogramming funds that are proposed to be one way in the proposed budget, and you want to put them somewhere else. You may want to change amounts. For movement of money, or I would also add for a significant redirection of staff time. So people were going to work on this project and spend public dollars on salaries toward one end, and you want them to do something different and spend public dollars toward another end, that should be an amendment. And the deliberation on that can take the form that you want it to. At some point, there has to be a vote to make that change, and we need to document that change so that it can be communicated in all the documents that we produce. But beyond the legal requirements to deliberate in public, that conversation can be shaped how you would like to. Staff is available to support in providing additional information or alternatives or context about what we're currently doing or places that it might live. But the deliberation happens here, can be as in much detail as you want. At the end of the day, we just need the clear direction. Clear direction on intent, on the amount of money or resources that is moving or being redirected.
If I may, add some specificity to the process. So the intention today is for council to have the opportunity to deliberate on potential notes and amendments. Those actual notes and amendments are not due to be submitted until May 24th, and council will actually vote on them on June 6th. So that's the time frame. So you have kind of a considerable amount of time to continue discussing, refining those notes and amendments before they're submitted into the budget process. In terms of the difference between a budget note and a budget amendment, I will offer this first comment kind of as graciously as possible. Budget notes do not exist in Oregon local budget law. They are not a thing. Many governments use them as a way for the legislative body to provide direction to staff. And that's really what it is. When you think about in the budget process, what you're actually doing, a couple of the key tasks are you are setting appropriations, and under Metro Code, all new FTE have to be approved by Metro Council. So we do that through the budget process. So a budget amendment is changing those budgeted appropriations and or adding FTE. So if you want to, as Marisa mentioned, allocate new money, redirect money, direct staff time or add staff, that is something that should happen in a budget amendment because budget amendments do exist under Oregon local budget law. Council needs to take that formal action to change that schedule of appropriations. And just as a matter of process, right now you are deliberating on the proposed budget. You will soon approve the budget, transmit it to the Tax Supervising and Conservation Commission, and those budget amendments happen between the approved and the adopted stage. And you ultimately adopt the budget in June.
Thank you. Brian, I guess when we're considering budget amendments in this format, I'm really interested if you can talk about how we can consider the opportunity cost of specific changes like this. Like, I'm pretty sure we don't have a money tree growing out back, so if we're allocating resources, public dollars to, specific initiatives that sound great. We all support, the arts and culture, but that money is coming from somewhere. So how is, in our deliberation process, kind of the way to think about the trade-offs that are going to be made, what are we not doing because of this? And I think that, as a policy-making body, if we're unable to consider what, we're not doing, then everything sounds great because there's just so much need out there.
Councilor Wong, that's an excellent question. I think part of how we're imagining this process working is you will have time to work on refining your particularly amendments up through May 24th. At the point they're submitted, then staff can work, take those more refined amendments and consider the opportunity cost. And before council considers them on June 6th, we'll be able to give you more information about the trade-offs and choices inherent in those amendments.
Sorry about that. I don't know how it became so all-powerful all of a sudden. Lost my train of thought there. Okay. We're happy to work with you individually, on this form. So, there, especially on the amendment form, under the funding options, there's questions about, where would the trade-off come from? And we do have some unallocated funds that are one-time only that could cover some of these things. Depending on, the request, there may be other options. So, we're happy to support you in exploring options, at any time between now and then.
So the goal of today's deliberation is to present the more formal documents and concepts for deliberation, and then work amongst ourselves. Sorry, to continue to flesh those out before May 24th. Okay, thank you. Understood. Councilor Gonzalez.
Yeah, thanks. Great conversation. And for as long as I've been on the council, the budget note and budget amendment process it's been a little fuzzy, but we find a way to make it work. And I know that it allows us the opportunity to make some of those trade-offs and through the conversation. But I do like the conversation around a maturing of the process of the scale of resources available across different departments or different funds, which then we have the opportunity to deploy. Would be great to get a firmer sense on that. I do have one small comment for the Performing Arts Grant for Councilor Lewis. Fully in support of the repurposing for this year and the increase. I think when we start to talk about potential re-upping and a consistent commitment in this area, I would want to have a kind of a broader analysis or conversation at Metro about specifically where that money. A contribution to RAC is a gamut of arts and culture programs, as we all know, and if we this year, it's a narrowing to those groups at our venues. If we're going to invest, a sum of that level, a similar investment would be to, create arts and culture programming at a broader scale. So just in general, I'm I want to continue increasing our investment in arts and culture, but it's just a matter of, well, what's the need and the impact that Metro has across this area. And I know that there's a lot of need, as you expressed, and with this specific sector of what we work in our venues, but it's just that broader question that I would love for us to discuss.
Yeah, and I think that fits in really nicely to the fact that we did just get the regional cultural assessment draft, and that draft opens up a lot of opportunities for future investment, which is why even if we are going to make this level of investment into forthgoing years, I don't think we need to stand up our own grant cycle that's going to be durable. Like, we may just be in a 1 or 2 year period while that regional ecosystem builds and we can plug into another process with our funds.
Excellent.
So I do view our stand up as a temporary moment in time while RAC is doing what it's doing, while these other groups are coming to fruition. And frankly, we should probably ask for a work session as the cultural assessment goes from draft phase to final phase.
I would love a work session on that, but that sounds great.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Councilor Lewis, would you like to continue on to budget notes?
Sure, yes. I have 2 budget notes. The first one is WPES reuse pilot. We obviously heard the WPES budget, and one of the 3 pillars of investments that was shown was reuse. But this budget note directs WPES staff to come to us before November of 2024, or I should say by the end of November 2024, in order to show us ways that we can make direct investments in reuse, either through savings or other existing resources, or continuing the discussion around funding opportunities through new revenue sources. So I would like for us to have that conversation outside of this budget discussion right now. But I guess I'm putting the marker in that my expectation is WPES will bring that to us in the fall. And then my last budget note is a task force. I want to be very clear that it is a task force for the Washington Park train, sometimes referred to as the Zoo train, but looking very specifically at the facts, history, and realities with the full Washington Park loop. The opportunity to get everybody who's advocating in the room, along with folks who care deeply about our zoo and its operability, in addition to folks from City of Portland and Portland Parks, who bear some of the responsibility as well with their current Washington Park plan. So this is basically a ask of our staff to put their time into between 4 and 6 meetings would be kind of my vision. And the opportunity to use staff not only from the zoo, but also potentially from planning and parks with their own expertise.
Great. Colleagues, any questions? Councilor Goldenbaum.
Yeah, just a question. I guess I'm hopeful that 4 to 6 or 3 to 6 meetings, as it says, is sufficient. And do we have? I guess I'm just curious. Do we have the staff time to? Or what might it take more than that? In other words, have you gotten consensus that they have the staff time to devote to this? It could be a fairly lengthy and time-consuming process. So I'd like to see it go forward. I think it's a great idea. But,
I think that's what the question here is would they have the staff time? Absent a note, probably not. But this would be asking for folks to prioritize showing up at these meetings when we know they have competing assignments and regular work.
okay, so you're putting this out there as asking them if this is something that's going to require a dedication. I mean, it could transition into an amendment saying dedicating 1/2 person for a half a year to attend these meetings or something.
I would look to the affected departments to see if they thought that a new person coming in would be helpful. I think it really is about bringing some in-house expertise and asking them to prioritize it against, 80 other priorities that they're all juggling.
Okay, great. Councilor Nolan.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Counselor. I appreciate you bringing this forward. It is an issue that we should address directly. I have a couple of preferences on how we address it, and since I know we're just talking concept here, just put these out. One is, since we don't own the entire right-of-way for the full loop, I appreciate that you've mentioned including the city of Portland. I think it might be more, I believe it would be more appropriate for us to invite them to co-host this with us, co-convene it with us, because they have a significant stake in the right-of-way. And I'm willing to work with you or the team here about how that could happen and whatever outreach it would take to make that, to get them that at that level of attention. Secondly, the zoo has just been through a significant campus planning process and facility plan and evaluation that involved a lot of public input opportunities. Capital improvements to the right-of-way and the tracks and the rolling stock has not burbled up to the top of priorities in the context of everything else. I'm a little leery of having a separate conversation out here that poses a question. Would you like some public entity, would you like Metro to go to its backyard money tree and do capital improvements to this facility without posing it as, is this a higher priority investment for Metro, either out of operating expenses or out of any funds that the voters approve, than all these other things? Because if it's just, would you like a fun train? I took my kid there too, and who says no? But it needs to be in the context of, is this more important than the animal safety and the species preservation and the ADA access and all the other things that have already been considered? So I haven't thought of the way to essentially revisit that whole prioritizing process and ask the question again, well, what about this that fell below the line?
And I think that's absolutely right, Councilor Nolan. I think that when we look at the zoo as the zoo, the train is below the line. When I look at the train as it's a potential project that does interact with another park system, City of Portland Parks, that is part of a tourist draw in a way that the zoo itself supports the ecosystem, but the entire Washington Park experience was made richer by the full loop. There may be additional funding sources that are not zoo driven, and I think that's why it's worth looking at what are the real expenses, because there's total misconception out there about what the problems are, why it closed, what the potential plans are going forward, what would it take. Let's get truth on that, let's get facts out on that, and then let's also start talking about what would funding sources outside of the regular zoo budget and regular zoo philanthropy look like. Because I think there are tourism arguments. I do think there are arguments that Metro brings unique that are not
You're right.
zoo arguments.
You're right about that, and I think it's worth exploring. As all the more reason I think that we need to have the city of Portland engaged enough to own the outcomes of this deliberation. Yeah.
And I do respect the fact that you're bringing up, not only was there a capital project list, that was generated through over 1,000 individual inputs, there's also a Washington Park plan that passed with approval that says we're going to put a trail where the tracks are.
Right.
So there are two public processes that are pointing in the opposite direction. So I respect that, but there are also folks who are really longing for a train ride longer than 4 minutes.
Councilor Rosenbaum.
Councilor Gonzalez has his hand up.
Okay, go to Councilor Gonzalez.
Thanks, Chair. Just real quick, Councilor, I appreciate you bringing this, and just so I'm going to try and paraphrase what I'm hearing, in hopes of you saying thumbs up, yes, that's accurate or not. But essentially, there's a very active, committed group of stakeholders and advocates that want that train ride that you mentioned, And essentially, what this note will do is try and get everyone in the same place, same information, understand the same obstacles, so that we're not all just kind of using different data points that don't seem to match, and reset community expectations into what it will take to deliver something, and like all the steps that we need to do that, right? Because right now, the zoo train has been a thing since we've been on the council, as we know, and it doesn't feel like all the stakeholders are on the same page about the details. So, is that accurate? Would you say?
That's absolutely accurate.
Perfect. That makes a lot of sense of why we should convene this, and Metro as a significant stakeholder in Washington Park. I think we need to be a part of it. So, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I hope people approach it with the spirit of appreciative inquiry, that we all do see things very differently.
Councilor Rosenthal.
Yeah, and if I might just weigh in, I've talked to the zoo about this, and of course, the train itself or the extension of the train is not a high priority to them. It adds little in terms of visitor usage, but there's actually two elements here, I believe. One element is whether it should be a longer loop, and the other question, which is something that the zoo has to address, is whether there is some benefit in changing the current diesel locomotive to an electric locomotive, which has health impacts and impacts on the kids that are riding the train. So there's one that is specific to the zoo that applies to both, but then there's the extension, which is, as you say, as was pointed out, is Metro may have some input in that is different from specifically from the zoo. So I think that this is a good step forward.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more discussion, let's move on to Councilor Rosenthal. So you have two budget notes to go over.
Yeah, actually, I think these should probably qualify as budget amendments because they propose adding additional staff. And I'm not going to pretend that they are not controversial and then they are not large impact. They have to do with the regional transportation planning. And I guess they arose from the basic assumption. There's two of them. One, to do a preliminary study of how it would affect us and what it would involve to establish a vehicle mile tax. And the other one would be to just propose in terms of our regional area what a tolling program could look like as a regional tolling program. I'll go to the tolling program first, but they're tied together because if you do one, you really have to do the other. We all know that there's a lack of funding because of the inadequacy of the gas tax. And so whether something's going to be paid for by tolling or by license fees or by a vehicle mile tax, you have to have some idea of a comparison of these things. And it's particularly true that we face, first of all, we're the only area in the state that was proposed for tolling, and tolling affects all of our thruways, not just the interstates. We have congestion on all of them, and we have to deal with this. The other fact is that from a vehicle mile tax or funding, we have the biggest and most expensive and complicated projects in the state. So we're the economic drivers. So we have special needs and special concerns. My reasoning for doing this is, first of all, I don't think a tolling proposal takes a great deal of effort. We developed a set of values, and if people will remember correctly, we proposed those values while ODOT was proposing the tolling on 205, and they basically said, they patted us on the head and said, that's nice, now we're going to go ahead and propose what we want to propose. And in fact, their answering of questions was not always as straightforward as we would have liked, and it didn't address all the values. So we had a set of values, and we have a study that went on from previously that said that if there's going to be tolling in this region, it needs to be a regional concept because it's sort of like squeezing water. If you squeeze it one place, it's going to come out another place, and we all know that diversion is a big concern, particularly with the local communities. So I have proposed these for consideration. I've added numbers, FTE, 1 FTE for each one, and some money for consulting. Those are really up in the air because I have not had the detailed discussions with current staff as to whether they have the internal capacity, whether some aspects might have to be contracted out. I think some of the technical aspects or outreach, you might say, to find out what's going on in other parts of the world might be best done by consulting. But we have a great deal of data. We have a great deal of expertise. We have people who do modeling. The concept is that we have a limited time. Everything has been put on pause, and yet we know we need some sort of revenue fix, and we also need a congestion control problem. We also have an issue of regional as well as economic equity that going forward. Plus, we want to encourage the use of electric cars. So we have a bunch of needs, and some of them are regional and some of them are statewide, but they're more poignant or more focused in this area. So I propose this so that the main reason is, as happened last time, the legislature came up with some particular proposals, and they directed ODOT to evaluate tolling on the Abernathy Bridge and a section of I-205. Rather than look at it in a holistic and comprehensive sense, ODOT took it very directly and looked at just tolling in those areas and implementing it before any other tolling or before even much discussion of tolling, how it would affect the entire region. My concern and my fear, and the reason why, because we're the Regional Transportation Planning Organization, is that it's desirable to get ahead of the process. If we wait until the legislature convenes, they will make some directions, and it could be, my understanding is that, for example, some of the legislative people from the metro area, their main concern is to generate enough revenue for ODOT. Okay, that's fine, but if we wait until the legislature makes it's sort of a pig in the poke. We don't know exactly what they're going to say or exactly how ODOT will interpret it, but the die will be cast and we'll be playing catch up. If we come up with, and I don't mean that it's a proposal that we're saying this is how it should look, this is how it could look, would be the concept for both of them. And these are the problems associated with each one. If we come up with conceptual plans for both a tolling proposal as well as a VMT tax proposal and how it would affect us, this at least sets the stage for future discussions. It sets the stage for considerations by the legislative body. And I have had some preliminary discussions with some legislators about this, and they agree that this is something that they realize that the next 2025 long session is going to deal a lot with the long-term transportation options for the region. So I would just add that tolling is relatively straightforward. There's two big differences that I want to point out. One is a tolling proposal is technologically quite easy to do, and it uses a database that we already have, which is licenses, perhaps tax revenues, and addresses. A vehicle mile tax system involves creation of a whole new data set that does not exist, and that could be both complicated, both from a technical standpoint as well as a political standpoint. And so they really are very different categories and very different problems. So I proposed this realizing that it's probably not going to be accepted, but I think that we have to think ahead of putting us in a position that we were taking us out of the position we were in the last time of fighting defense and trying to get our voices heard regarding what was being proposed for revenue generation, and putting us in a position where at least we have said this is sort of what we believe are the constraining values that we need to address so that they're on the table before the debate gets started. So that's basically what it is. The tolling proposal says one FTE, a person particularly dedicated to developing this, plus some small consultant fees in case there's technical aspects. The same thing for the vehicle mile tax. Basically have to identify some person who's going to focus on this and spend a fair amount of time doing this. It could be a half time. It could be the same person. Although the budget note indicates $200,000 in consulting fees, that's really just a placeholder at this point in time, because I don't know what I can imagine some of the technical aspects or questions that need to be asked, but I don't know to what extent we have the capacity to answer them in-house or whether we'd have to contract. So that's the explanation.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Rosenthal. Let's move to discussion. I'll go with Councilor Gonzalez.
Thanks, Chair Wong. Yeah, I thank you, Councilor, for bringing these. I do have some questions. So just so I'm clear, we're the amendment requests FTE and a sizable M&S for consulting, but you haven't talked with staff about scope, capacity, or alignment with the agency. I heard you say something about that, so I just wanted to confirm.
I have passed these ideas on to staff. I have had not a specific briefing prior to this about sort of the full-scale technical aspects. Some of them regarding the tolling, we've had more discussions over the last year and a half. The vehicle mile tax is a little bit more recent.
Okay, but in terms of the FTE that you're describing and the consulting fees, are they a guess of what you think it will take?
Yes.
Essentially, okay,
They're a guess. And
okay.
200,000 actually is probably too high. It's really just a placeholder at this point in time.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I think that it's it feels like a pretty important step to have that conversation with our staff in terms of what it will actually take, and with this RTP process that we've gone through, and just a huge process with a lot of inputs and community engagement, and all the different projects and policy areas that have come to the top in there. If we're adding 1 or 2 FTEs, I think that would merit a conversation about where do we, if we have that flexibility, where do we want to put that? So I think that that's one thing. The other, and we've had some conversations about this, but I boiled down the question pretty plainly here, I think. But in terms of the tolling prototype and the VMT tax mechanism, who is asking us to do this? That's really my question. State agencies, counties, transit agencies, a city, community advocates in transportation. I just don't understand where the connection is with the large body of work that is happening in terms of JPAC and JPAC counselors, and also the committees and the processes that are being set with legislators. I feel feels like there's a disconnect.
Logic is asking us to do this because we are the only entity that can. None of the individual cities is asking us specifically to do this because they haven't conceptualized this. Although they have said, we want to know more about tolling. Every one of them has said, well, how is this going to affect us in our district? How is it going to affect the tunnel? How is this going to affect 217? They've all asked that specifically, but of course they can't speak for the east side, can't speak for the west side, and vice versa. The state has not asking us because they have other foci. So there isn't. We are the regional transportation planning entity in this area. So logic would dictate that this kind of regional question has to be asked by Metro and answered by Metro.
Okay. I think if I could, I think
I would have, and I have talked about this with various elected representatives, both the representatives as well as mayors and council members, and I've expressed this kind of concept that this needs to be done on a regional basis, and I have not gotten negative feedback, but they have not made this specific proposal.
Yeah, I think just to wrap up with one last high level question. I mean, adding an FTE is not it's a significant undertaking, right? Like, is it limited duration? How long is it? Is it FTE that lasts in perpetuity? These are kind of questions that we need to figure out. But in general, there's a scenario where we invest a lot of time, money, resources, energy in working on this, and it's not necessarily connecting to a process or a legislative action, and things can just kind of happen outside of that. Is that a possibility here?
Well, I would see it as connected to a legislative action. I would see it as being definitely integrated into discussions with the various state representatives, senators, and representatives, as well as TriMet and ODOT at some point, because we would be trying to broaden the scope of discussion at the legislature so that they make sure that they consider all the regional concerns that we have. One of the issues, one of the problems, or one of the concerns, and it's difficult because since we lump research, planning, and we're at three items into one division, and transportation is a subset, it's a little hard to figure out sort of what the, you might say, freeboard capacity. We have people who are not fully assigned or 120% booked. Staff works very hard, and projects come and go. They were pedal to the metal while we were doing the RTP, and now there's perhaps a little more flexibility. We're doing the 2040 refresh, and we're doing the urban growth plan. So we have a bunch of stuff going on, and that's an internal process, and it's a little hard to know exactly who's allocated exactly to what.
Right. Yeah. Thanks. Just to wrap up my thoughts. I think that Metro and our transportation function are one of our greatest strengths is we're a convener and we're a facilitator of policy and program, and we maximize the strength and the value that we bring to the region when we work on projects and innovations and partnership and collaboration. And what it feels like to me is, and what I'm not seeing is that for an initiative of this scale, the level of partnership required and buy-in from our jurisdictional partners kind of feels like a putting the cart before the horse. I just wanted to leave some of those thoughts, and appreciate you answering the questions, and we'll put my hand down for now.
If I might just add one sort of response to that, and you're right, we're very much a convener and collaborator. The difficulty we're faced in is partly the timing issue. If we wait until the legislature makes some determination, and a lot of this is determinations or policy statements or legislative action on the part of representatives who do not represent the metropolitan area, that is usually then it takes twice as much, maybe 5 times as much effort to change that direction once it's in process. And so we have a limited time to, shall we say, at least set the stage for considerations that we think are important.
Great. Conjolas.
Sure, thank you. I just want to be really clear and on the record that I can't support bringing resources to tolling at this time. Our region does not want tolling. We have the ability to contribute to a productive conversation around the interstate bridge and why tolling does feel different and is different there. But there is no appetite in my district for us to move forward putting local resources towards this. In terms of the legislative conversation, I want to echo Councilor Gonzalez. I believe that we have a responsibility to help convene, and we're doing that right now through JPAC. If there are other ways that we can resource planning and transportation to bring forward research examples, what other states are contemplating when it comes to the failing gas tax and the possibility that VMT might replace the gas tax, I'm happy to contribute resource to a convening-oriented, knowledge-based conversation, but going off on our own and creating our own plan, not in consultation, particularly with ODOT, if it is the state VMT that we're contemplating, does not feel like the right direction or the mission of our agency. So I just said that really bluntly, but I hope that you're hearing commitment to continue to work with you, particularly on how Metro can contribute the knowledge and skill that we already have on our planning staff to be additive to the legislative conversation. Because as we're planning for our 25 package, it's important that our planning folks have the resources to go down to meetings with ODOT and advocate for our values. It's important that we put together whatever shape a project list comes with and figure out how those project lists combine with the bigger question of funding and the gas tax. So that's just where I'm at on these conversations. Thank you.
I appreciate your perspective, and I am not in concurrence with that. I would just point out that one of the things that I'd advocated for since 3 years ago, since 3 years, is the fact that ODOT never looked at the what do you call the cost elasticity of tolling. I've talked to many people, including people who are very much opposed to tolling, and said, well, if tolling was $5, you're very opposed. If it's $1, are you opposed? And the answer is very different. The level of cost, and everybody assumes that it's a high cost, and that's not necessarily the case. And I've talked to people in my district too, and bear in mind, people in my district are almost not quite as concerned as people in your district about tolling because they're adjacent to it. But so if we continue to do this, we will continue to try and convince the legislature that our values are worthwhile and how to implement them. That I accept the fact that that's probably the way we're going to move forward. But I think, as I said, we have to develop a concept of what we mean with we say our values and how that would apply regionally, whether it's tolling or VM tax. We have set the values.
Okay. Thank you for that discussion. Councilor Rosenbaum, you have a second amendment or proposal? Did you have a second budget note to go over?
No, those are two.
Okay.
I covered them both. They're really sort of a pair because we need the finance, the operation and maintenance, and we have the biggest operation and maintenance needs in the region, in the state. And so these are potentially competing, potentially cooperative kinds of proposals.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll move on to Councilor Simpson with one proposed budget amendment.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Council President Wong. Mine is hopefully pretty simple, but Metro would take over financial support of the Portland State Traffic and Transportation class that's been around since 1990, when Congressman Blumenauer started that class. Previously, this class was supported by PBOT, but however, due to budget constraints, PBOT decided to cut the class from its budget. This has been a great opportunity for the region, has facilitated great partnerships with agencies such as Metro, us, TriMet, PBOT, and in some instances ODOT, and some community partners. There's an opportunity for Metro to take on the leadership of this course if we desire to, and PBOT is open to further conversation and a spectrum of options on how to run this class. They're even open to changing the name from just Portland Transportation and Portland Traffic and Transportation to Regional Transportation and Travel Options. But PBOT is happy to hand the program off to Metro, but be available for initial knowledge transfer and making connections to speakers, and etc. There's a potential hybrid option as well, where Metro remains the funder, but could ask for staff support from PBOT to continue to be continue to work with the facilitator to set up the course and do outreach. And there's room for Metro to decide what that model is, preferably. The Portland Traffic and Transportation course is a sponsored course in partnership with PSU and a consultant facilitator. Their name is Tweet2. They've been in the community for some time now, advocating for a lot of great projects. And one thing that doesn't get uplifted is transportation during an emergency or resiliency in a natural disaster, in which she does that work too. This class focuses on equitable traffic and transportation design and planning for our communities and infrastructures in the city of Portland. Again, if we take this on, we'd have a more regional focus on it. This 10-week course is composed of weekly guest speaker lectures and student-led projects. And for the final class project, students prepare a vision plan or class project adjusting community planning for transportation systems such as roads, bridges, transits, parks, urban centers, housing, and more, including new developments in connectivity, green technologies, and changing population. This is also a course that's open and to the public and free for all Portland residents in the Portland area. And PSU students can take this class for credit. And I'm going to cheat a little bit. I have taught this class a couple of times, sometimes as a counselor, but in my previous role as executive director at Oregon Walks, we would lead walks down 82nd Avenue to help folks understand the challenges there, but also the potential that counselors Lewis and Wong are going to take on. So this is an opportunity to demonstrate and increase Metro's leadership in building knowledge in the region. And this outcome will be supported by students there if they're enrolling in that course. I'm looking for ongoing funding for this class, and so far right now the cost breakdown is $41,000 a year, $15K for a facilitator, $15K for a PSU facility, grad assistant and support, and $11,000 for staff support. This class aligns with our transportation and planning work, and I hope that I laid everything out for y'all. So,
great. Questions, comments? Let's go with Councilor Lewis and Gonzalez.
I am full throttle in support of this with two things. One, I hope that we can help make sure that folks from across the region know about this free class and take advantage of it. Because I do think that it's more than just continuing education. It's more than just supplementing planners education. It is something some of our active citizenry should engage in. Then the second thing is a little muddy. I'm concerned hearing about there being a 4-credit class that is taught by a facilitator who maybe we should advocate for them getting the protections of adjunct faculty. If it is a 4-credit class, not that adjunct faculty live the good life, but just to be fair to this individual who's holding it all together, doing academic work is hard, and it takes a particular level of skill to balance the needs of students and pedagogy, and I'd like them to have that support.
okay, noted.
Councilor Gonzalez.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Wong. Absolutely. Amazing that we have this opportunity, and as we were just talking about a little bit ago with the RTP, the North Star of safety that's just continued to ring around the region and with our partners. This feels like a great opportunity. A question is for that $40,000 a year in general. A question for staff: do we know more or less? Would that be a general fund? Would that be from the planning and research team, the planning and development team? I'm just kind of trying to get a sense of that commitment, and because if we're gonna, take this on, it's commitment and essentially in perpetuity. We want to support it and find ways to fund it and to bring the right partners on board. And I also want to acknowledge that Councilor Simpson has mentioned exploring cost sharing with additional jurisdictional partners as well, to bring everyone to the fray, whether it's ODOT, you name it, right? So I think it's we really need to prioritize safety, and it's great to build an army of safety people, planners, non-planners, all that.
Thank you, Councilor Gonzalez. Without kind of knowing a ton of details, my suspicion is this would need to be general fund. I mean, it's relatively small in the scale of Metro's overall general fund, but otherwise, when we talk about the planning and development budget, that's a combination of general fund and grant dollars, and my suspicion is this is probably not reimbursable under existing grants we have, and the cleanest thing to do would be to plan to fund it from the general fund.
Yeah, great. I think if the council wanted to do something on safety and try and move our general funds, this $40,000 feels like a great bang for our buck. Whereas infrastructure, the $40K would not go very far for small treatments. So I think this is one of the ways that we can report back to the public that we're trying to deploy our resources to advance this. So it feels like a great value. Just my thoughts. Thanks.
Thanks.
Councilor Simpson, if I could just ask, what's the average enrollment in the class?
We're looking at every term except for summer, about 30 to 35 students per course.
Oh, okay. So basically 100 community members and students.
Yeah. Oh. I think. I mean, if you'll allow me, I think it's an important one. And as we continue to move forward, as Councilman Gonzalez said, I think this is the best bang for our buck as we not only continue to train our next wave of transportation planners, but also, as to Councilor Lewis's point, we have to have an informed citizen and constituency. And I'm all for making sure that we get this, out in the public and get folks involved with it on the citizen level, because it only helps us with our future conversations.
And do you have any data or even anecdotal, stories, evidence of folks that are in the class and then going on to do great things?
Yeah, can't look. I meet a lot of folks, but I can't remember this young man's name. But he took this class. He came out for the 82nd Avenue tour. He then got so interested and involved, he wanted to volunteer at Oregon Walks, and now he's an intern here at Metro.
Oh.
So.
Okay. It's a good leadership development story. All right. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Any additional discussion or questions in general on anything that came up today? No. Seeing none? All right. I'll move us to our public hearing on the proposed fiscal year 24-25 budget. So we'll now open the public hearing on the proposed budget. Connor, will you please describe to the audience our procedures for a public hearing?
Yes, thank you. So if anyone wishes to testify on the FY 2024-25 proposed budget, now is the time to do so. Public testimony will be limited to 3 minutes, and I'll manage the timer to go off at the 3-minute mark. If you've not already signed up to speak, you can do so now. If you're joining us in person, you can fill out one of the blue cards in the back of the room and bring that up to me. If you're joining us on Zoom, you can sign up by hitting the raise hand button, which, depending on your version of Zoom, is either at the bottom of your screen or within the reactions tab. For those joining on Zoom, I'll be promoting you up to a full panelist. So I'll call your name, you'll see a window pop up asking you to accept that promotion. Once you do so, you'll be able to turn on your camera and unmute yourself. And as a reminder to everybody testifying today, you do not need to give your physical address. However, please do identify yourself for the record before testifying. So with that, councilors, we do have some folks who have signed up to speak in advance today. So first up, we have Glenda Schurer, and on deck, we'll have Jackie Kerouac-Fram. So Glenda, you can take any of these 4 seats up here.
Thank you.
Yeah, the mic will unmute automatically. Your time will begin when you begin speaking.
Okay, thank you so much. Give me just a moment. Okay, thanks. For the record, my name is Glenda Shear, and I live in Gladstone, and I own a micro school. Members of the media who wish to contact me regarding my public testimony today can reach me at atlasmicroschool@gmail.com. And I'm open to questions from the council after my testimony. Tolling and tax per mile would be harmful to my business. I own a micro school where I see students multiple times a week. I provide direct one-on-one and small group instruction for students to learn to read and write. I keep my fees down so that I can have students access my high-quality instruction, because I believe that being able to read and write is a civil right. Investigating tolling and tax per mile scenarios is wasteful. Multiple community meetings were conducted regarding tolls. It was a resounding no. People have collectively said no, and it would be a waste of taxpayer money and unethical to continue moving forward with a tolling agenda such as what's been proposed. Please do not waste taxpayer money on hiring a one full-time equivalent and $200,000 for a consulting fee. No means no.
Regarding the tax per mile assessment, you should stop immediately, especially when you got to the line that says such programs could potentially require added auto technology to record, store, and transmit usage. This is government overreach and has a Big Brother 1984 feel to it. We don't want to be tracked. And again, this is a waste of taxpayer money. This governing body's budget has been bloated, fat, and wasteful. You have grown from 966.86 full-time equivalent in 2021 to the proposed 1,172.65 FTF for the 24-25 budget. Stop it. Tighten your belt. This governing body should be cutting spending and FTE, not growing. Thank you for your time, and I am open to any questions you may have for me.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have Jackie Kerouac-Fram, and on deck is Anna Kernitsky. So once again, Jackie, your time will begin when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. My name is Jackie Kerouac-Fram, and I'm the Executive Director of the Rebuilding Center. I've been in my role for 5 years, and during that time we have experienced tremendous change and evolution, mostly for the better. We have become an even stronger resource for homeowners to affordably and safely repair their homes while continuing to divert more than 2 million pounds of building material from the landfill each year. I have had the opportunity to partner with Metro as a member of several roundtable discussions, task forces, and individual informal discussions about how to amplify reuse as an equitable practice and resource for the region, and I have truly appreciated Metro's openness to our feedback and suggestions. As one outcome of those partnerships, I am thrilled to hear that Metro will be considering how to institute long-term funding for reuse operations in the future, so thank you, Councilor Lewis. However, economic conditions far beyond our control have created a challenging financial situation for our organization, and we need support from Metro now. Over the past 3 years, we have benefited from significant federal support in the form of COVID relief packages, and that funding supported our continued growth and impact while interest rates were rising, inflation was raging, and the housing market was stalling. That funding is now gone, but these challenging economic conditions continue. I've sent each of you a detailed outline of our financial situation, but what I'd like you to take away from my testimony today is this. The Rebuilding Center is a nationally recognized leader in reuse. We have paved the way for similar organizations across the country, led the process to secure the first deconstruction ordinance in the nation, and continue to stand as a strong resource for affordable home repair. We are a beloved Portland nonprofit institution and a key partner in Metro's efforts to make reuse more accessible and affordable as a means to reduce waste and strengthen communities. And we cannot continue to have the same level of impact without support from Metro that recognizes the importance of our work in the region. We are an organization that serves a purpose and provides a model for how community-centered, low-cost reuse can result in significant waste reduction and support communities across the country. We are a vital part of the region's solid waste system, and we need your support at a level that allows us to continue diverting millions of pounds of material from the landfill while helping low-income homeowners to repair and retain their homes with sustainable and affordable materials. This is a critical moment for us, and I urge you to propose and support a budget amendment of $200,000 to provide stopgap funding for the Rebuilding Center in 2024 while plans develop for a longer-term solution, perhaps with funds initially earmarked for the Investment and Innovation Grant Program. I am always available for questions and follow-up, so please reach out. I have always appreciated Metro's openness to new solutions, and I'm hopeful that each of you will see the value in supporting our work this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, up next we have Anna Kernitsky. Feel free to take a seat anywhere, and your time will begin when you begin speaking. And you don't need to mute or unmute the mic.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Metro Councilors. For the record, my name is Anna Krunetsky, and I'm here today on behalf of Community Warehouse to discuss our request alongside Road Building Center for funding from Metro's WPES department. Community Warehouse and Rebuilding Center are two nonprofit organizations dedicated to promoting reuse, sustainability, and housing stability in our community. Last year, through accessible furniture pickup services and donation dropouts throughout the metro area, Community Warehouse redistributed 1.3 million pounds of essential home furnishings to individuals and families in need, supporting their transition out of homelessness or furniture poverty. Our need for funding is critical this fiscal year due to various factors, including the pause of Metro Innovation and Investment Grant funding and the significant increase in demand for our services, about 240% increase in demand since 2020. Without support, we will not be able to sustain our growth in operation and staffing, limiting our ability to serve the community. Community Warehouse intends to expand services by opening a new furniture bank in Gresham in July and offering affordable pickup services to East County. We are seeking $200,000 in funding from WPES to support these initiatives. This project aligns with Regional Waste Plan goals of waste prevention and responsible reuse practices. It also supports Metro's housing goals by providing critical supportive services to individuals and families transitioning from homelessness into housing. We recognize Metro's preference for funding allocation through a procurement process and are open to making any recommendations to ensure investments support efficient and effective reuse operations that serve the most number of local residents in need. And in conclusion, we urge Metro to consider our proposals and provide critical one-year support for our important work. These agencies, Community Warehouse and Rebuilding Center, are treasures in our community, and together we can continue to promote and advance sustainable materials management and housing stability across our region. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. That is everybody who has signed up in advance to testify today. I'll just give folks in our Zoom or physical audience another second or two to raise their hand if they would like to testify. All right, and seeing none.
Okay, thank you, Connor. And thank you for all that testified. And just want to thank my colleagues for your thoughtful budget proposals today. And we'll consider those on May 24th, I believe it was. Any amendments? But seeing up for discussion, I'll close the public hearing. And Metro Council will consider approving the fiscal year 24-25 budget on May 2nd. Is that right? That seems kind of early. Yeah. Okay.
Process on May 2nd.
Oh, thank you.
We'll come back for adoption in June.
Okay, great. Thank you. And with that, we'll move on to Chief Operating Officer Communication. Andrew. Hi.
Nothing for today.
Well, nothing today. Okay. Counselor Communications. Counselor Gonzalez.
Thanks, Sheriff Wong. My update is on Monday, Intel hosted a reception at their research hub in Hillsboro. It was a celebration for the announcement of the major investment in semiconductor and the sector here in Oregon. And one of the things that I wanted to report out of that, and you might have already read it in the news, but there was an announcement from Governor Kotek at that event that Oregon would be pursuing a national research center for semiconductors. And as a moment that I wanted to share with you all, since it aligns with a lot of the work that we've been doing around jobs and economic recovery for our region, and hopeful that we'll be able to find ways to partner with the state in whatever is necessary, assuming we need to make an action. So just wanted to let y'all know. It was a great announcement that we're going to be competing with New York, Ohio, Arizona, you name it, right? So it's really hopeful that that we're able to secure that level of opportunity for us.
Thanks for the update. Councilor Rosenthal and Lewis.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one note to the meeting we had yesterday with Kritvik up at the zoo. First of all, kudos go to our tribal liaison person, Katie, for setting that up. Secondly, it's a process that we've adopted that I think we need to encourage and continue. The tribes were quite appreciative of the fact that when it came to designing the lamprey holding tanks that we have up at the zoo, that they were involved at the start, not at the end. They weren't just added on to the process. They were part of the overall planning. We're doing the same thing when it comes to Willamette Cove. We have a new website out on Willamette Cove, so you can check both the what the current projects are, what the data are, and what the plans are, the conceptual plans. There's a new public outreach to get local, particularly you'd say neighborhood kind of input into this. But again, it's a process that we've gone through in terms of, and it's one of the first that we've done on a large scale, is involving the tribes, the various tribes that are concerned with at the outset of the process of planning and conceptualizing. And I think it's something that I just hope we continue. I'm assuming we will.
Thank you. Councilor Lewis.
Sure, thank you. Colleagues, I wanted to share that the city of Westland is doing some corridor planning, and I was able to attend the kickoff meeting of the 43 Vision Task Force. I will not be a voting member, but I am going to be deeply involved with that. One of the community members brought up the possibility of jurisdictional transfer. So it's on the list of something that we might actually be able to help lift up. 43 obviously is critical to Westland, but also Lake Oswego and Oregon City. So definitely see my role as helping to bring the other two communities into the planning process.
Thanks. Thank you. Councilor Nolan.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. We've talked already about one of the items that wasn't actually on MPAC's agenda last night, but there were a few things that were that I thought the council should hear about, most particularly presentation and some discussion about the UGM process. Staff presented some analysis about housing need that I hadn't seen in this venue, but I'm sure we will. It's just a matter of sequencing. That puts forward quite a range in potential need, and we will have an opportunity to query them about the assumptions behind the different baseline level, lower level, higher level. And it does relate to whether we as a region take a hold of how we develop in the next 20 years. Do we do what we've been doing? They had a term for that approach. Or do we, as a community, as a region, make fundamental changes in the way we develop? So it's something for us to look forward to, both for our own briefing, but also for recommendations from MPAC.
Great. Thank you. Okay, seeing no further discussion, the council meeting is adjourned. Our next regular meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, April 30th, 2024 at 10:30 a.m. Thanks all.
Thank you.
Recording stop.